Good morning. Welcome in. Welcome in. Today is gonna be a continuance of my Final Fantasy XIV story-driven playthrough. Um, and yeah, I'm sorry if my go live notification misled you. I once again completely forgot to change my stream title and everything, but that should be fixed now. I also noticed that my camera is a bit off, so let's put that down a little bit. That's better. Okay. Let us jump right in because I am itching to actually reach Heavensward, and I think that we should be able to get there today. So let's go. Heretical harassment. Greetings, Elaine. Alfino tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Scions shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alfino to see that all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slavborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught he requires? Ooh, my sound is really off, I think. Let me check that, because I probably have turned it way down. That is a lot better, I think. Now, since we haven't been in for quite some time, I think it is proper to say hi to Tataru on our way out. Hi, Tataru. What can I do for you, Elaine? I thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Huh? I barely noticed your recruits arrive. It was barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, it is more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slavborn, the shipment! We couldn't! Guardswoman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest, and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House Fortan. We collected the provision from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Elaine, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House E14? I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Horchefort will be glad of your assistance. Around a little bit because in the month that I've been away, I have done some gaming on an alternate character, and I found out that I kind of like this other setup just a little bit better. I think I would like. Know about that one. Yep, let's put it this way. Let's go to House Waterfall in Camp. Hello there, sir. Well, if it isn't my fine friend Elaine Tracan, would you care for a plate of roast caracal? Some mulled wine? No? I see you have not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Talk, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. It is not. I am here precisely because of that.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Forton does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts.
Okay.
'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name.
Okay.
What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity.
Okay.
A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Obviously I will.
Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise.
Interesting.
But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Yay. Thank you, Waterfonse. Now I know that Vilmore is up on the top floor here, so it was easier to just fly in through the top. Elaine, welcome, welcome. You'll be pleased to know that the repairs to Stone Vigil proceed apace. We shall rebuild sure and strong, that the Dravanians might batter themselves senseless against our shield in the west. I would venture, however, that matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the Fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely the newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this ice-heart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhap she would care to question one of the recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. The patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Oh, I do hope so. That would indeed help. Well, the infirmary is up here, I think. Ooh! I see Triad. Hey Eska, welcome in! I am doing a story-driven playthrough, which means that I am just following the main quest line, and maybe a couple of other side quest lines, like let me just quickly look at the map here. In Mordona, there is this like complete side quest about this massive old tower here, and it's been proven to be quite interesting so far, so I've decided to do that as well. And more recently, I've also decided that like the quests are kind of divided into the main quest line, or MSQ, main story quest, which is let me just pop up the journey here. denoted by this particular symbol with the flames on top. Then there is notable side quests, which are denoted by this blue purplish background. And there are quests that are just have a yellow or golden background. And those are just, your random filler quests. So I'm not going to read those, but I am going to go through these more important side quests. There is also one thing that I absolutely love, and that is Triple Triad. This is a game that was started in the original Final Fantasy VIII, and even though it's very odd sometimes, I really love it. So I've decided to at least spend a little bit of time to play some Triple Triad every time I go online. And it's just to figure out, hey, can we get that particular card that, they have? I'm simply going to run this like a couple of times, but not too many, because I don't want to have this take up all stream. This has the rule same, which means if two or more of the sides are touching other cards and the ranks of those sides are identical. Okay. So just playing Ollier with a 5 against a 5 wouldn't work. So I'm just gonna play Ifrit. I mean, yes, he will get taken on both sides, but that also means that I can easily take him back. Same, right? Yep. Because there is also a rule that says plus, and if you use that, and the totals on one or more sides match it up, then you're in for a world of pain. So we won this one, but unfortunately, other than gold saucer points, we did not get the card that we were looking for, so we're gonna try again. At least this is an easy victory for us. Ooh! I would like that one. Can't do much with that, so... Dang. Sure. Fine. And we win. Easy. One more and then I will continue on. Mine. Sure. Mine. Mine. Well, that one can't hurt us, so... no cards for us this time, unfortunately, so we will move on. There we go. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course. I am quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly blackguards. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze, and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Okay. Search the wilds of Snowcloak and defeat any heretics you might encounter. Yeah, there somewhere. There we go. Oh! Let's have my trusty chocobo around, because that will definitely help me defeat heretics. Even though it seems I am plenty strong enough for them. Ah! Draw your weapon, pal. Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You are come seeking heretics? Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of their raiding parties. Pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they are gone, vanished like ice wraiths. Oh, that's not good. That must be the one they call Iceland. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff? Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? Looked like it. And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall. Some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. Would be best were we to return to Whitebrim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Vilma. And so we shall. Go through this thick blizzard here. Really hard to see. But there we go. Here we are. Elaine, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. that they should be bested so handily. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. Would be ill-advised to blunder in unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemies. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Horshathorn of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and the Fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Well, that's what they all say, but apparently... I want to click on the crystal. There we go. They've been surviving in those cold peaks for plenty long enough, it seems. Awful.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
Well, this?
Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak?
Mm-hmm.
Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order.
That would be good.
Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion.
Okay.
Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action.
Hope so
Though
too.
Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche.
This is true.
On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Thank you very much. Turn to Revenant's Stall. Go. Now, I could just lie there, but for just a few gil, this is so much quicker. And doing things quick doesn't mean that it's going to be a lot more interesting for you guys. And it's just a few gil, it's not like I need it. Elaine, it is good to see you return to the toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Kurthus? House Fortan is to send us a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Horshathorn for this continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alphinaud's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. Yay! Clear that, and this is... Oh, hold on. Is this better than I have? Let me just... Oh wait, I can check using item comparison. Hold on, I am not a pugilist, rogue, monk, ninja, whatever that is, samurai I think, or viper. That doesn't help me. Nor do I have any of those others. I will just make the money. Brave new companions. While you were away in Curthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tatteru does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Will do. Hey there, Tatteru. What is amiss? These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. Ah, Elaine, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alphinaud if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. Okay. Back to delivery service we go. I do hope that with these new recruits, I will have less of this to do, but somehow I kind of doubt it. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself is an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. Is your uniform? These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be wealth aplenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. Okay. Oh, I suppose to each their own. Oh, Laurentius, you're here. I thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. I have this idea that neither do they. Here is your uniform, sir. Ah, our new uniforms. I am reminded of my induction to the woodwind. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit, I am excited to forge my own path forwards. Here's your uniform, miss. Ah, yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. I think you'll do fine, miss. Hello there, lass. Looking for me, was she? I'd suggest giving a whistle, but I'm not sure as I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Here is your uniform. Greg! Thank you for the follow! I thought you had followed long ago. Welcome in! Baron! Welcome back! Hold on, I have something to do that I cannot delay any longer. That is... I need to do... Give me a second. Oh, dang it. Baron? It seems that I cannot actually gift you the sub that I promised you. The thing is, Farron, as soon as I went affiliate, was one of my very first subscribers. And then, I think, like a week or two after, I had to have surgery, and I couldn't be online for near a month. So, I figured that it was only fair to give him a sub back. But apparently, having an active sub already, kind of, doesn't allow me to do that. So, Baron, when next your sub expires, just let me know, because I will not forget that I owe you one sub. Or, what we could also do is I could give you a sub to a different streamer. But let me know about that in DMs if you please. Let's continue. Also, welcome in. Oh ho, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry though. I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Well read. Oh. Little Alamigo could learn much from Revenant's story. That this town can be so alive in the midst of so much desolation. Here's your uniform. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. Well, I suppose with the next batch we can actually get them tailor-made for you. But for the time being, with our organization being this small, we will have to make do with what we have. Elaine Tricand? Gods, did not expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Here's your uniform. 'Tis an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. Where is... Okay. Check with you. This scarlet garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom, and a hearty defender of Limsa and Limsa. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm, though this new company a fine thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh ho! Now that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color. I'm glad you like it. Oh, there you are. I don't believe we've met. I am Ilbert, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as a captain. Much did I lose to the calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. I thank you for your service, sir. Here is your uniform. The uniforms are a shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond among what is, essentially, a band of strangers. And, as always, we greet Tataru. Hi, Tataru! Yes, Ling? Tataru mentioned you were handing out the new uniform. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits? Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I thought of a name for the company? 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Evasion. The moment of truth draws nearing. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one.
That is a decent name.
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed.
I wouldn't have put it quite that way, but yeah.
Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
Wee. You're too small to be forming an army, young man. Yeah. Just look at it. It doesn't even get up to my
speech,
boobs.
Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
Yay.
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger.
Okay.
My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death.
Now, if I remember correctly, the Isle of Val is where the students of Beldesian were from. So that includes Alphino. And something has happened to that island that wiped it off the map in some way.
Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder.
Eureka Island?
Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans?
Nope.
Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin's silence portends naught but ill, I fear.
Well, Heidelin did expend like most of her power to protect us in the battle against Ultima, and later against La Habrea. I'll find out about it in post
I pray you
Stormblood.
yet watch
Oh my
over
god.
us.
Then please tell me no more. I have not been to this part yet, and I'd like to keep that as spoiler-free as possible. Yay! Now this I could use. So let's compare for a second. It's not as good. So over we go. Yes, it is not so Final Fantasy. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. You don't need that MMO bug again? Took you years to recover from World of Warcraft? Yeah, I will say the same. However, I will also say that World of Warcraft is an MMO first and RPG second. Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG first and an MMO second. I absolutely love how this game... Wait, what? Why are there Ascians behind the throne of what looks to be like the Hierophant of Kurthus? Don't worry about it. You don't trust any game with final in the title that never ends? Well, if you'd like to, you're very welcome to play it with me. One of my streamer friends was looking into getting back into Final Fantasy, and when he does get that up and running, I will probably do probably a weekly late night stream with him, and just go through the story with him. Okay, traitor in the midst. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding. But it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. Farron, please don't give me indications on when I might learn about things like this. I'd prefer to keep myself as much in the dark as possible. You'll think about it if only to keep Greg off your back? Well, I've also recently acquired Split Fiction. The Primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the Grand Companies. Thank you, Farron. I mean, I don't mind, a little bit of foreboding. Calling the Isle of Val the Isle of Eureka. And me being like, wait, what? And then be like, nah, don't worry about it. I mean, that does indicate that something will happen somewhere along the lines, and I'm totally fine with that. I'd prefer not to know about it specifically. Unless I specifically ask for it, of course. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Askians, Urianger is wholly dedicated to find the means by which we may defeat the Dark Beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak then of more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphino did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault, and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphino has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him, and support him in whatever manner you are able. Well, to be honest, Alphino should really accept the fact that he can't do everything alone. Okay, Alphino, where are you at, my boy? There you are. What is it doing? And do be concise. I am rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services. We are hard pressed to answer all petitions. But I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted his resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilmond. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Ilmond. Captain Ilbert, sir. You look good in those ultramarine slacks.
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us?
Mm-hmm.
These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own.
Keep my glasses in between.
That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
That much Alfino has already indicated. Much better.
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning.
Ooh, are we allowed to do that?
Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ.
No.
We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy.
Okay, so we've got Iceheart, now we've got the Ivy?
He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause.
Mm-hmm.
These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself.
This so reeks of that... Oh, what was his name again? The Lalafell who initially supported us, but then secretly was trying to undermine everything?
It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge. But we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste.
Okay.
Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now.
I agree.
We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us.
Good luck, Monster. And thanks for the lurk.
We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
Okay. Have to go to Roban. Wait. Banland. Of Nulls. Sprinty, sprinty. I know he's got a card that I really, really want. But I also know that this battle is like really tough. I'm gonna try it once. Like, I think he's got only level 5. Oh wait, that works. Give me that. Give me that. That sucks. Dang it. I'll put it there. Okay, that works. I'm gonna put it here. Yay! That should. Woo! I'll try it once more. Still gonna be really hard. Just gonna put it in the middle. I mean, it's very likely to be taken, so best to put it somewhere where I can retake it. I'm gonna put it there. Take it. Dang it! See, this is what I mean with how hard this battle is. Okay, final time. 3 times the charge. 3 times the charm. Sure, why not? Yay! We got it! But no cards. Unfortunate. Well, at least now I know I can beat him.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
Ivy!
She is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Okay.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Yeah? Well, that is one hell of a story.
Ha! Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
Okay.
So there has been progress.
Some, but not much.
I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all.
And in plain hearing of all.
So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil.
That was the bastard's name. Teleji Adeleji.
But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first?
Probably. Greed is what motivates them.
Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General, you wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
You know, the thing that strikes me as odd is that Roban said that he made it known that this was a meeting between friends. However, considering that my presence is almost always, you know, what's the name? Always something momentous comes out of it, then my presence would probably have done the nature of this meeting less good, because it would have attracted more attention than just meeting somewhere in private. But some people. Okay. Ilbert. Back and forth. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Leveler. Sure thing. Back to Mordona we teleport. Hello, Tataru! Oh, that was not where I was meant to go. Just automatically ran to the solar. Oh well. I needed to speak with Alphino. We are returned from Uldar, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You will recall that the fort was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. Gods damn it! I hope they aren't dead. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Guardians are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask for your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared... sorry. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Guardians with more captives. Yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has directed it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Now, Allian of the Fourth lies in wait in the Tangle, near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Seek her out, and she will apprise you of the situation. Where is that again? Oh, it's right over there. Okay. I love how soothing the music is here in the Rising Stones. There we go. Also, for those who don't know, this is what I lovingly call my sea chicken. And I just really like the way how I ride on his back. Are you? There you are. You would aid us in the rescue mission? The Mordona mood always gets you? Yeah, I mean, like, this part definitely is the more darker and grittier mood. But when you are in Revenant's Toll, it just feels like it's this light-hearted, we can do anything kind of mood. You would aid us in the rescue mission? We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. The Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Rash and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Rash, or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is as strong as Mithra. none of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the fort, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Rash before it is too late. I can do that. Is that in Castrum Sentry or just without? No, that is definitely in. Okay. So easy to fly in these days. Hey there, sir. Would you like to die today? Good girl. Hi there, Resh. Where am I? Resh, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed place. Rash cannot move with those rules. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Guardians will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Or maybe we could just, put her on the back of my chocobo and let my chocobo fly her out of here? That kind of makes a lot of sense. Fine. I will do it your way. What do I need to do? Defeat Imperial. Okay. That's not the ones. I need to be actually in here. Okay. Also, why is there a triple triad match here? I'm sorry, I'm just gonna give it a whirl. Ooh! That's huge. Well, only one way to find out. Ascension. What does that do? A card's rank increases in proportion to the number of cards of the same type already played. So, these types of cards, they will get +1 for each card that has been played previously. Oh, So this is now a 5, A, 6, and A+, which means that at least 6 is needed to get it done. So that is now an A on the bottom. But at least I can use armored. Now this is fine in a way, I think. I'm going to put the beam up here. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna work. I think this is out of my league, so I am going to... You are getting so close to your triple triad card mount? Just need to unlock one last NPC? I would love to see that mount when you get it. Right over here. You know, I don't like to be standing. I would like to ask you to cease to exist, please, sir. You've got the magic gathering mount of that? Is that like tiny chocobo or something? You, sir, are in the way. Let's do this proper way. With you. That makes it a lot quicker. Goodbye. Oh, wait, more. The NPC is locked behind a bit of a grind. Would you be so kind as to send me a DM with a picture of that? Because now I'm really curious. Yay, we got it. Out of here we go. I have awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe. We suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission success to Commander Lavalier. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Now, I could teleport, but that is such a minor time save in this instance. But yeah, I'll just fly. Yeah, I should go in, right? Yeah. There we go. Oh! Side quest card collection. That is actually a pretty damn good card. And then the flip side is a magic card. Yeah, okay, that is a real good mount to get. Yeah. Thank you very much, Greg. Now, this is actually a good point to actually share you my Discord details for those who aren't on there yet. Let me just quickly. It's brand spanking new, so not a lot of content there yet, but you know, I hope it will get there in time. And at least it will allow me to post updates on when I may or may not be streaming. So yeah, please join, and I hope to see you there. Ah, it does me well to see you thus returned. Though I doubt not your prowess, entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the donors. Thanks to the expert administrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Elaine. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Rash owes you a life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Elaine, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Kurthus. I have been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the men expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. I'm ready. Let me compare that. Oh, that is definitely not better. Monies! Coming to terms. We have been blessed with a rare opportunity, Ling. An audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonwood. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the woman behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to presence. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. If this is true, you do not need to remind me of that. Hi, Tataru. A meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador? By all means, I think it a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alphino believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny you. Antecedent. I take it Elaine has explained the situation. She has. Yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abalathia's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean alliance, formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silver Tear Skies. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartano, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. I will say I think that Ishgard, at least for quite some time, believed that, being in the center of like this massive mountain range, they were quite immune to, land conflict, and that when the Imperial fleet of probably airships was routed, it was in the sky, so it's airships, they felt very secure in their position. And being an Orthodox church, that kind of leads to isolationism or, zealous fanaticism. Either which way, still, we saw that cutscene where the Archbishop was flanked by 2 Askians. That might have something to do with trying to reopen communications. So yeah, let's see. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so, rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past. This time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Really? I kind of thought that they were embroiled in civil war, and that what the Empire did in Eorzea before was done by that one... Oh wait! He did survive, didn't he? Oh dear. Indeed. You may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart from camp dragon handling. Our old friend Lord Horshaval is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Hey Faye, how are you doing? Good morning to you. Wait. I can simply... go here. Just woke up and logging into your work stuff? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I was gonna ask if you slept well, but this kind of seems that you didn't sleep enough, I suppose? I hope you will get to through your workday then. Ah, Elaine, ever a welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climates. Ah, good Master Alphinaud. An honor as always. I hope you don't mind me asking, Faye, but are you working from home? Likewise, Lord Horshaval. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Well, at least that will spare you the commute, I guess? So, silver linings, maybe? Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? I hope your job isn't too tedious, because when you're tired and if it's tedious, that is just a recipe for disaster. House Fortin may even seek the aid of your newly formed crystal braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is a grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand. Sir Emeric arrived in Camp Dragonhead early, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey, and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you are willing to forgo such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. Sorry, Alphino. While I agree with your assessment, I kind of would have liked to have made that decision, considering that, I'm the one being ushered back and forth and doing all the battling and stuff. Thank you. We have been expecting you, madam. Pray take your ease inside. I shall summon the others.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
He's so small. God, what was it, Greg, that pointed that out to me?
It is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
I cannot now not unsee how small Alphino is.
I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Emmerich, okay.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
He is very good looking, I will
Speaking
say
of
that.
reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
Yeah. I have
It
garnered
does
quite
indeed,
the
Lord
reputation.
Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us.
Okay,
Now then, shall we begin?
sure.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Yeah, but they just did.
Forgive me, But if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Okay.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
That would be nice.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Primal, maybe?
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
Well, this
But
is an
we
interesting
do.
twist.
So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments.
That's a fair bargain, I would say.
I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked.
Again?
It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Oh? Maybe we can still catch them. The intercession of saints. Well, just when we were starting to make progress. And to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll vortexes. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Horsefall and find out what he has learned. Yes. I am eager to know myself. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Door as it was passing through Boulder Downs. It was an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. It would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Horshathorn said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Eileen. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Where do we need to go? Way down. Okay. Well, that's pretty close to Revenant's Door, actually. Hello, good sir. Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for... Eh? Lord Horshathorn bid you speak with us? Then you must be... Beg your pardon, scion. Look at those little wings go, yeah! Guroi! Welcome in! Happy to see you, how are you doing? Hope you had a good night's rest. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure even. Whole thing's a bit odd if you ask me. Would have been easier to just steal it. Though a damn sight harder to conceal, I'll allow. Night's rest. That implies that ye actually... Oh! I am so sorry, Kuroi. I completely forgot that you were working night shifts, like Monday through Thursday, I believe. And it is Friday today. In that case, I hope you're still alive? Question mark? Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden away off. But pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis naught but speculation. Something resembling such. Yeah, okay. As much as I love your presence, I would rather have you look after yourself and get some rest then. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. You never go to bed immediately after work, need to wind down? Yeah, I definitely can understand that. I also always need to wind down after such things. Like, even when I have late night basketball practice, I do need some time to, let the adrenaline go. Before I'm actually able to sleep. So, yeah. Well, in that case, I do hope that I will allow you to, you know, have the mental rest you need before you can go to bed. Wait. Oh, right over there. Observatorium. You picked up a new vape mod? Has it need gambler's aesthetic? You mean like the electronic smoking devices? I think is it in here maybe? No, not in here. Up here. This seems to be the place. Yes! There we are. Hello, good sir. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? Okay. Now, I'm sorry if I don't know exactly what, that a mod would do. I have vaped like, God, I don't know how long ago, probably 5 years ago? For about a year? But it was just a basic vape and... Oh, it's the device itself! Then... Could you then explain to me what a gambler's aesthetic is? Because I cannot for the life of me imagine what that would look like. We came upon them before the entrance of the to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as, lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them, and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought. Some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. The mod is the box that holds the batteries and does settings and such. Okay. I am now so intrigued. Could you possibly send like a picture through Discord DMs? Our leader must have thought the same. Else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek. And then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what happened till I saw the snow turn red. Oh, I am going to have a look at it then. Oh! Yeah! I will agree. That does look kind of gamblery-ish. Gamblerish. That is a really nice aesthetic, if you're into that kind of thing, yeah. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I mean, they'd have killed me, so I just lay still and listened. Ice Heart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. Shiva! Are we gonna meet Shiva? Please let it be so. Oh, Shiva doesn't like me. Now I'm sad. If she was a primal just like the others, then she definitely doesn't like me, right? But it does show why Iceheart's followers are suddenly so fanatic and so organized. Tempering might have done that. I know, Farron! Ragzan! Welcome in! Yay! How are you today? Horny does the same thing? Horny as in the sexual desire? Or horny as in, like, I don't know, Ifrit? Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? With you, it can only be the first. Definitely only the first. It seems the Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. And Theron, I know I absolutely love Shiva myself. Like, in every single Final Fantasy where she's made an appearance, she's always been, and pardon the pun here, the coolest one around. Who is this Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alphinaud? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. Well, now we cannot expect all foreigners to know Isgardian scriptures so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of the heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Horschiffon, what was the caravan's cargo? Ah, if I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Sometimes she's the coolest, sometimes the chillest. Yep. Crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Horschiffon, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphinaud. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. You need to get someone to teach you how to play this game sometime? Uroy, you lying bitch. You who've got, like, what was it? All jobs to level 100 to max level? Yeah, I will call you what you are if you're going to lie to my face. I distinctly remember having a conversation in Rock's stream that we might be wanting to, you know, stream together, and you were going to teach us how to play this game properly, especially tanking. Right? Naturally, that includes you, though I am sure you would not miss this for the world. Only some hundreds, eh? You say a lot of things, and apparently a lot of those things are lies. So, either what you said at first was a lie, or what you said just now was a lie, which means either which way you are a lying bitch, and therefore my statement is true. You're sure there's something in the game you need taught? How about honesty? Strength in unity. The persistent attacks on our caravans seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem to be sure, but a relatively minor one. Yep, you've got me there. Mahjong is just boring. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Elaine, pray join me in White Brim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillmore should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good. Yay! Tiny wings! My chicken is amazing. I've never seen a chicken able to fly before, so that this chicken can? Yay! Got stuck behind the door there. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart? Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. You've seen a chicken in a tree before? Pretty sure it didn't climb. Well, there is a massive difference between flapping your little wings fast enough so that you can stay airborne for a little while and actual flying. Like, you know, I could jump off like a huge building and I'll be airborne for a while. That is not flying. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Drillmore. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak. That self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. You finally got a replacement controller so you can play PC games again, lol? Not to put too much of a damper on it, but this is how I play PC games, you know? This and this. Well, there is something I can teach you then. I have heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. First you say that you want to learn something in Final Fantasy XIV? And then when I'm offering to teach you something, you're like, nah. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. Sounds like you. Ah. That is because it is you. I mean, I know you just came out of like 4 nights of 12-hour night shifts, but come on, you can't convince me that your brain has taken leave of your body just so you could just go like, eh? These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Emmerich. Yeah, but at work, I can imagine why you would be like, yeah, brain is not required here. I want to learn a new machine. Want to learn this one? No. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's land. Mayhap Lord Drillmon has one in mind. Also, and this might make things a little bit harder even, I am a lefty, so I use my mouse left-handed, which means that most keyboard configurations for games are like absolutely whack for me. Even though I've really learned to live with that, just like I don't have my mouse configured to left hand because it just doesn't work that way for me. So like my left mouse button on my mouse is actually my left mouse button. So instead of where most people would use their index finger to press the left mouse button, I use my middle finger. If I would change that around, I would get hopelessly confused because I've used that for like the past 35 years. Why would you break at least one controller a year playing 14? Do you throw it around or something? Yes, yes. Excellent. Is it me, or does she only have one leg? Or is that leg, like, perfectly hidden behind her cloak? That is also an option. Usually the left or right trigger buttons break because of how aggressively and quickly you flip around the trigger buttons. And what exactly do those buttons do for your 14? My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. Dark words, dark deeds. It seems as though we are always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the self-same results. The what? Oh, you mean your quick bar buttons? They are accessed with your left and right triggers. Yeah, I mean, that would really explain things. Oh, yeah, I read this. Fortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guillaume? We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. Yeah, I mean, I don't like having to push too many buttons, which is why I try to keep as many of my regular buttons on like my 1 through 0. Because as soon as I have to press Control and something or Shift and something, my brain just starts breaking. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whitebrim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Eishart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean-Tremont in the Yoke. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Okay, cool. Up we go again. And down we go again. Also, I do need to take a quick break. And I think this might be a good time to do so. So I will see you in a bit. See you soon. And I am back. I also took the time to boil me a cup of tea, or at least boil the water for a cup of tea. And because, you know, I felt like I wanted to spoil myself a little bit. I got myself chocolate ice cream. Yay! Let's return to what was said in chat as I left. Greg only plays with controllers. Jobs with too many actions are a bit of a pain though, just like the Viper. And Farron says, can't reach far comfortably, so only use 1 to 6. And you have control bound to your mouse because it's easier that way? You mean like a third button or something? Or the middle mouse button? Let me open my... Ooh! Chocolate ice cream! Yay! I love this. Yeah. I've had like a World of Warcraft mouse like ages ago. But I just couldn't figure out how to use all the buttons on the sides without like making major mistakes. So I figured, nah. You have a mouse and you use it to swap weapons on Valorant? You know, you could just use the mouse wheel to do that, you know? That's what swap weapons usually is bound to in shooters. One plus click is much faster in a game where milliseconds count? Yeah, true. Though, I would argue that a game where milliseconds count is a game that is generally not good for everyone. And I would say that, like, in shooters like Valorant and stuff, sure, that's fine. That's, you know, gathers a niche audience. But if milliseconds are counting in an MMO, then to be honest, that MMO is not that good. Because that means that it's only for like the best of the best. Okay. Let's see where this guy is going. The road east. That does lead away from where we suspect they might be hiding. But that might just be smart. There he is. Ooh. Now south. Through the passageway. Where is he going? Yeah, Kuroi, that is fun. You have an MMO mouse, and then you play said MMO with a controller. Hey, where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the... Bloody echo. Lower your voice, or they'll hear us in white grim front. Yes, of course. The temple knights are... in Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me? We already knew about... Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels. Dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless... If you waste my time again, is that clear? Okay. We need to get to the Boulder Downs as quickly as possible. Or to Snowcloak, whichever one. Heaven's Ward is bipedal Dulmels didn't watch How to Train Your Dragon? What on earth is a Dulmel? Well, did your investigation bear fruit? The Final Fantasy giraffe creatures? I don't quite remember them. I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Or Allison, cause next one? You mean like Drillmont? He's an Allison, right? And yes, his neck is really, really long. That's like almost as long as his head. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet, the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation, and confident that they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. Harrison? Nope. Not even close. Thank you, Roy. First Blood. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House Durandare knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If Alona is kind, we may catch the heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Link. The lives of our allies are at stake. Hold on. My tea is about ready. I'm using like a tea egg. So I do have to take that into consideration when I brew my tea. Down south we go. Through the tunnel, I believe, because I think we cannot fly over these mountains. But we can always try. Oh, we can! That makes this a lot easier. Wait, where am I? Where do I be going? Ah, there we are. Oh, away! I do not want to fight you. Oh god. Ball is already dead. What? Time to hold them. Quite an interesting way to die, wouldn't you agree? Like, being a heretic, being killed by a spell called Holy? Doing the slow thing again. Why am I doing the slow thing? There we go. My knight said no word of your coming, Elaine. What's happened? What is that in your hands? By the Fury! Those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered, and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics she dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. Oh, that's not good. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. We can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Sad. My ice cream is gone. What? So be it. The path of the righteous. Time is of the essence, Lane. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Emmerich everything we have discovered. I will do so. That way. Tea. Now, if you think that would be a bit of a weird contradiction to first have ice cream and then have hot tea, I will say this. I like ice cream, I like tea. So? Elaine, this is a welcome surprise. Perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... And at that point, my Gabu just walks along. That was such comedic timing. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Leveler been informed? The braves must be made aware. It must be here. I am certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? It is but a pity that this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we may be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it! This is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. I'm afraid it will be too late for that already, my dear Alphino. There she is! Come here, girl. Yay! Ida! That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Leveler. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly, the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others. We're going in. A moment, Alphino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers will be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies will become an obstacle to escape. Change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emmerich and keep the heretics here at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many or Papalimo will suck. Poor Papalimo. So, unlocking a duty? The entrance to the tunnel, man. It's just over there. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Sir Emmerich's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Yay! That means duty! Snowcloak! Join! Oh. Select and join. And while we wait, I am going to see about that side quest about the tower. See if I can get some of that done. And back away. Need to go down here, I think. Oh, I might not be able to go here. Or am I? Yes, I am! Yay! It doesn't count as an instance, luckily. So... Or... well... probably it is an instance, but at least not one that counts against you being Words are hard. Against you trying to join up in a DUI? If you're ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader Rambrose may wish to be present. Stretchy. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you will have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Baldesi. Nay, we are clones. Copies of people once existed, given life through Alagan technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created? And more specifically, what is it that you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit Alagan history. Pray bear with us. The Alagan Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Towers took toll as the symbol of Alagan pride. Parents took their children there, that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence. The empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. Oh, dang it! Final Fantasy XIII music. Let's see if we can get through this in like 30 seconds. In a matter of generations, the Alagan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, our technologists made it his mission to restore Alag to greatness. Amon was his name, and he believed that the ailing empire wanted for but a potent ruler, and none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. Yeah, I'm afraid I will have to come back there again. Also, I'm getting quite warm, so I'm going to shrug off my vest for a bit. Yay! Duty time! For a bit. Oh my god! That is a lot of damage he's taking. That scared me for a while. the screen with like lights that would scare the bejeebus out of anyone. Let's see how much healing we need to do during this fight, or if we can get through this by simply whacking on him with our spells. Okay. Where is it again? Oh god. It's over. I may have been on the wrong side of that, but I don't care. This is easy. There we go. I will read that, because I probably don't need it. Doing that. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Or I think that's basically this fight. Go. Big Yeti boss. Oh. I will say that this is a pretty good hiding place for want to do that. Not too early. I have to really get used to this again. At least this is fairly easy. Up top again. At least this is easy enough. Yay! Even from this one. sprint to catch up because our tank is not caring where his healer is. Well, at least he cared just in time. Now, I will say I really like the spell Holy because it not only deals an area of effect damage, but it also stuns its targets. I need to make sure my tank is well and truly healed. Big heal. But as I was saying, it also stuns everyone that Holy hits. As such, it also interrupts a lot of things. Helps with so many fights. Holy away. I think I might need to. Some quick healing. To our party. They were taking a hell of a beating. Henria? I'm gonna watch this. I think I have to stand behind this pillar. Oh, but not too long, because then that will happen. Damn it. I'm fully stunned. Way too long. Again. No, you do not breath me. Go away. I'm going to stand behind this one. I'm going to stand a little bit back. What the hell? Okay. That is sad to hear. But yeah, please do explain to me in Discord. Also, what the hell happened here? Why did that crystal shatter early? Also, I don't know why this victory sound keeps playing. Also, I'm apparently full of those Aladdin tonestones of poetics or something. Oh! Baron! I hadn't even noticed you were in the party! Here. Take recommendation. Only one of the crystals is safe? But how do you know which? Stream sniping me! The blue one. They all look blue to me? Oh well, if I ever do this one again, I will definitely look for the blue crystal. Thank you for joining me.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
Ooh, it's Ice Cloak. Ice Heart? Whatever.
Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light.
No.
I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
Okay. That might be wise.
In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good.
Except you're going about it in the very, very wrong way.
For Eorzea. For Hydaelyn.
Summoning a primal, though? Not the best way to get peace? That took longer than I expected. What news, Eileen? So Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable. But from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in host. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 12 be praised, Elaine. We may yet turn this situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Urianger have been busy perusing the archives of House Fortin, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The incident should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. For the greater good. antecedent. You come to us straight from the archives of House Forton. I trust your time here proved fruitful. Now, here's the thing. Alphino was complaining about the weather, but he's wearing the same damn thing he was in Uldar, which is scorching hot desert. And Minfilia at least has the, foresight to dress warmly. So, yeah, take it. Do with it what you will, Alphino. Would that it had. Urianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She laid down with a dragon, the gravest of all sins according to the Asgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Forton. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emmerich might take issue with her methods. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that a tunnel is safe, the men are not to search. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emmerich. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. Finally, a reasonable guy! But I will not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. Was a different time, nay, a different era, and scripture tells us only so much. Would that it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiation table, to be sure. Less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed? Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. I do not, I want to see Shiva. I want it to be true. Shiva was real. A living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being King Mogul Mark XII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplication of the Mogul's god. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? I agree. Crystals and conviction, Minfilia. They have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetherite Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetherite, somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetherite, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlene may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minfilia looks into our Aetherite problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly, despite our numbers. Kurthus is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of these regions may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Well, sure. Good. I knew you would understand. Yuyuhase can apprise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilbert and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. How about you actually talk to them before you make such a decision unilaterally? Maybe? There you are, Eileen. Commander Leveler has instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the Third hail from Uldar. For a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danathan Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Can do, can do. Hello there. Balls balls. My ankle is on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Denevin Pass. Hurry and you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. This snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Sure. So, let me check my hunt log. Second. Ooh! Oh wait, that's... I need to advance with the maelstrom far enough to be able to get there. That's not a pressing concern right now. Ooh, fresh prints here. The tracks lead southeast. Right over there. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great skilled beast and... Yuyasa? I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. Okay, that is never good. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. You'd have to jump up pretty high to knife someone in the gut, my dear friend. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. And lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to wow! Words are hard. So we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Sure. Shouldn't be that hard. Like, none of these heretics have posed any sort of trouble for me so far. Not there. Hi! I am through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those bluecoats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Oh, hi! Well, stay with her then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yugiri! Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all. Yay! Fancy meeting you here, Elaine. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither? What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Galean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alphino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. I do hope, and I do think that this quest line was created before that particular movie came out, so I'm gonna let it pass. But, you know, anyone talking about a very particular set of skills always will make my mind wander to Liam Neeson. Movie was taken, I believe? Oh well. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I will accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Yuri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come in. Let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Wait. Oh, over there. Okay. Alphino. Captain Ilbert seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Tendrils of industry. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us naught that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired that information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Forton. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which man. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit had forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. Oh, big mistake then. You mean to say that the agent is among Roban's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? It is the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked, remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Uldaz was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limzelaminza and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Allies. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership. Only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Uldaz's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raban faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing citizen. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier then than now, The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists had ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of charity that they did so. but simple self-preservation. Had Niall van Darnus' ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raban with an army. It is but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present. Well, I do like this kind of history lesson. So, no, I'm okay with that. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primers, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Asgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Elaine. As the realm's stoutest champion, it is only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Not really. Like, I answer directly to the antecedent, so if I take action that, I deem worthy to the cause, yeah. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceland, but until another path to a sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Minfilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problem. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nothica's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Okay. Wait, I can do that by returning, I think. No, I bound that to Linda. Okay, Gridania it is. Conjurer's Guild. My thanks for coming, Elaine. When you are ready, speak with the Conjurer yonder. She will show us to the Lotus Stand. I know. She has done so before. The Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now? Yes?
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true then? The War of Succession is ended?
True? Okay.
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
I certainly hope it's not Gaius von Balsa.
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Maybe? But a war of succession would
Would that the
almost
Garlean
always
Empire
trigger
had died with him.
that the strongest would prevail, and the strongest would likely not be the most kind to us.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
This does not bode well for us. How strong your neck would have to be to wear that crown? I
Given
would
the
ask
troubled
the
nature
same
of his
those
succession,
pauldrons.
the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Like, did you look at those pauldrons? They were like that big? Come on, what kind of overachiever do you have to be to have pauldrons that big? He must be compensating for something. Not that I will mention what that something must be.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Oh?
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all.
Uh-huh. Back to empire bashing we go.
I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
They would kind of have to give up their hunt of the Dravanians, though.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Gardenmold is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust amongst the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Laminsans, for instance. Though Admiral Melwood outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. In likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldan scorned as swindlers who worship wood. Well, that one at least is true, or at least the upper echelons are. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Uldan society, Telegia Adelegi, for example. But that is beside the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Cartino is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them with something resembling warfare, thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its ending. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Kurthus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Okay. And we are passing a flame marshal. Coincidence? I think not. Anyways, I am going to have to call a quick break here. You made your first attempt at sketching since breaking your hands. You're unpleased? Well, Roy, come on. Obviously the first time is going to be the hardest. Like, you can't expect yourself to be going back to what you could before. You know, be mindful of that, and you know, accept the fact that it's not going to be as great as it was before. So be happy with what you are able to produce, and you know, make sure that your expectations are on a similar level as that. Anyways, as I said, I am going to take a quick break, and I will be back in just a few minutes. See you soon. Thank you, Baron. I am very sorry. I was saying I am getting a bit tired, but I really want to get on to Heaven's Word, so I promise that I will not end stream until I actually reach Heaven's Word. I don't care how long it's going to take, although I do believe that's not going to take that long. Although I have been very, very wrong in the past, so who knows? But yeah, sorry about being muted. Let's continue from where we can. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eileen Royale, Raban's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Raban chose people based on their work. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royale was appointed to a post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? Or vice versa? That was close. But by now she must feel something is amiss. But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royale's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Raban attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretext. She is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Royale's guilt. But if we catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. We have people watching the city gates, the airship landing and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true colors. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? Of course. Now, this is a bit of, like, an interest of me, but why would they animate every nod to also accompany by closing eyes? Like, that is so weird. Like, I would never close my eyes when I nod. I would keep my eyes open. But I suppose that could be like a Japanese culture thing. You have my thanks. Let us go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. Oh, over there. Getting close. Royale is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. Royal has entered the Carlin canopy, meeting someone perchance. Or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Ephemer is her name. I shall remain here in case Royal reappears. Probably down there then. Which was much more likely to begin with, considering the statement that he made. Elaine Tracan, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger, none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. It's not down here. Gilbert? I hope you saw her. Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you are sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the seven hells could she have gone? The Roost! How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Montuit tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait. That necklace. You are a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of Westjewel Pier. She was attired as a merchant. These eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadow. Thank the 12 for the domes. Were it not for their unique talents, Royale would have disappeared without a trace. Nope. Still monies. In flagrante delicto. In flagrante delicto. Okay? Flagrant delict? Like crime? Okay. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Royale's example and take the ferry from Westjewel Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweetbloom Pier. I would have preferred to have just taken the crystal to East Shroud. But oh well, if you insist. No, I can simply take either ride to the, what was it again? Lancers Guild, I believe? Well, that should get me there. How are you? Oh, I could have done that. Oh well. Fine. I'm here now anyways. Gilbert, sir. This way, my friends. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorn Hut. If Royal is truly the one we seek, We can expect that she means to make contact with her Galilean masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Galileans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garland Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, and we have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Roel would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. For this reason I believe, she has chosen the Black Shroud for a clandestine meeting. The Elysian are a common sight. Their comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Galileans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only to make for Hawthorne's hut and catch Roel in the act. No, I'm just gonna teleport there. Am I? No, I'm not. I'm just gonna move. There we go. My people report that our quarry has departed for the bramble patch. The ivy returns to the gnarls whence she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Galilean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. I'm not too sure about, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be Galilean. There are other options still. Like, God, what would the options be? I had something in my head just like a minute ago, and it's completely slipped my mind. Well, Galileans are much more likely to actually be well, we'll just have to wait and see then. Just beyond, Roel is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me. It's not. I mean, she's out here, which is weird. She's talking with an adventurer, which is weird. But that, in and of its own, is not means for... Hold on a second. I am being called. Right. I'm going to decline that, and I will call that person back later. Flame Marshal Eileen Royer, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You are followed, you bloody fool. Damnation. Ooh. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely guard the battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Twelvewood? When last I looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance then? Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Okay, good. We are taking in that so-called adventurer as well. Even a warrior of Royal's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Uldar will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. I may ask, what will you do now, Elaine? So, the Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stone. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not. My countryman and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe. So please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. Hold on. Is shinobi an actual... Doesn't look like it. I'm rather sad. They look really cool. Or is that like the rogue specialized job? Anyways, back to Mordona we go. If it is, kind of feel wrong. Like, why would there be like a shinobi job even before you would figure out about Yuguri's existence? So, I'm afraid no shinobi? Sad? Hi there, Tataru. What are you doing? You are juggling with a bottle, a knife, which might as well be a short sword for you, and what looks to be like a tomahawk? Ataru? What on earth are you not telling us? Uh-huh. Multifaceted. You need to join the Thieves Guild in Limsa first. You'd have to do that to get the rogues, the rogue job, right? Or is that something completely different? Rogue goes into ninja, so that's different from shinobi? Welcome back, Ian. I understand that Alfino had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Okay. But if I remember correctly, shinobi in Japanese is not the same as ninja, is it? Charges of treason and espionage against Eileen Royale? I can scarcely believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No. It avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Ooh! A simple plan. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetherite in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystal she stole from the House Photon caravan. Shinobi is the Japanese word for ninja. Really? Okay. I thought ninja was the Japanese word for ninja. Just like, I mean, in Arabic, there is this word for assassin that is similarly close because it's derived from that people's name, the Hashashin. So I figured that ninja, it kind of sounded Japanese, but I guess I was wrong then. Well, cool. I might have to give that a try at some point then. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint. But if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival. A reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise. A colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Chalet. She should be arriving within the hour. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Oh! So I have been thinking, like, quite a lot about what secondary job I might be leveling up at some time. And I think that perhaps I could put a poll up in my Discord and see what you guys would like me to play as. Ooh. That script is pretty interesting. Who are we waiting for? Is it someone we know already? Is it a completely new character? Well, both are new, I think.
Minfilia, am I right?
Oh, she is a resting bitch face.
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Okay.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Oh, she nodded without closing her eyes. Yay! Let us return to the Rising Stones at once then. We have much to discuss. We do! I want to get to Shiva! Oh! So those neck tattoos are given to researchers who made advancements in their fields? Kind of like wearing your diploma? That is something very interesting. Thank you for sharing this Sharlayan history with me. I really love that. Thank you, Greg. Hi there, Tataru. Still juggling, I see. Thank you.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
Wait, what?
A joyous reunion indeed.
Hold on a second. Ida has those tattoos? Ystola has those tattoos? Are they all Chilean?
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
And Papalimo too? And Thancred? Okay. And Urianger, yeah.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Oh god. Leave it to Papalimo to absolutely roast Ida?
Everyone, if I could have your attention.
Oh! Thancred is actually from Eorzea, but he studied in Chilean. And they're all nerds? Yeah, I gathered as much.
We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Jalian to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Ooh. Auracite?
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
Interesting.
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits.
Urianger! You're back!
And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Except that he doesn't have, like, or it seems he doesn't have those tattoos on his neck, but he does have, like, that tattoo on his cheek.
Urianger, where in the hells have you been hiding?
He must be uncomfortable as hell right now.
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it then, your missing Aetherite?
Nope.
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetheryte.
I can attest to this.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Interesting.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
You are so right, Greg. They are all nerding out right now. Just... fun times, eh?
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the Aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risk the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
Okay. I volunteer as tribute.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Not that I would do particularly well in the arena, but hey, my avatar would. The instrument of our deliverance. So close, so close. I have already informed Alphino of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Minbrida described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, Ling, and I have faith that you will return to us, as you always have. On to Gerthus. I kind of got a little bit sidetracked there, but I did read your comment, Baron. It doesn't always have to be the neck where the Chilean tattoos are situated, but it does seem to be the most commonplace. Yeah, it seems to be. And once again, sorry that I didn't get to it, but I kind of was nerding out with all the others nerding out. Good to see you, lady. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Eileen Royer in Ulda even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aether. After you, Scion. There, it's ready. Ha! It worked. I think. Try attuning to the Aether right now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Elaine. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. But I want to see Shiva! I don't want her to stop summoning Shiva. Come on, Alphino, let me see Shiva. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. If she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice. And so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Minbreda's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message from you from Sir Emmer. Madam, Sir Emmerich regrets that he could not be here in person, and asked that I read you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Elaine Tracan, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Elone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Alpha Empire Theater? That must be in Trials, I would say. Clear that selection. And join. That's gonna take a while. So, time to teleport back to Mordona and get more of that Crystal Tower quest done. Hiccups. Oh god, I'm so sorry. By the way, there have been like differences in party sizes. Like, you've got your regular duties, which are 4 strong. Then you've got like your big duties, which are 8 people strong. And then there's the raids, which are the equivalent of 3 big duties, I think. Am I correct in that? Okay, I'm just gonna quickly skip through most of this because I did read all of this aloud before I had to enter that duty I was queuing up for. But I will continue on from where I left off. And is there a particular name for that? Like, does it really matter? Like, I think the original trials, like, Ifrit was like 4. Titan was also 4, I think. And then there was Leviathan, which was 8. 24-man are alliance raids. Okay. This part we did. Here we are. The founding father? You cannot mean Emperor Xander? None other. As part of his experiments, Ammon created clones of the Emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Unai and Doga. Historical texts mention the reigns of 2 Alagan emperors named Xander. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike, to think that the 2 were in fact one and the same. Aye, Xander returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more, and true to Ammon's prediction, the Emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the Emperor desired to bring the entire world under Alagan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Xander turned his sights towards a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Darkness? Again? 7 hells. What is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all. Would that you were right, Master Garden. Alas, Emperor Xander is very much alive. Within Circus Tower, he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy. Energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the 4th umbral era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Alagan Empire was laid to waste. Yet, even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Amon, now Emperor Xander's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and altered the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber. In that state they were to remain until the time was ripe to awaken. Oh God. Eras came and went. After millennia lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the earth. Its descent triggered the 7th umbral calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Xander awakened. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. Always the same old story. 'Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Xander's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited from our namesakes, the true Unai and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will, that we might carry on their mission should they fail. Also, I now remember who that blonde dude is that was standing to the side. That's Nero, the bastard. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Xander, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Elaine Tracan, we are confident that we can end Xander's dark ambition once and for all. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Valdesian among a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So, what will we do, Elaine? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. I am. Let's kill him. You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Alagan Empire's dark past laid to rest. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Alagan civilization. But what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think that the Tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Una and Doga, living, breathing Alagans. Oh, come on! Let me finish this! And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Silverstone. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Elaine, as you did for us within the Labyrinth of Ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Xander himself. Shit. Dang it. Well, I think I am going to finish that particular quest offline. Not the quest line, but the quest itself. Because I don't want to go through all that again.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith.
And not me.
No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Shiva! Yay! The only downside to summoning people like that is they turn into megalomaniacal saints. So, look at this portrait here. That is such a nice portrait. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. That's good, that's good. Get out of here. Oh god. Here? Oh god, I didn't even see that one coming. Deep freeze. That's not good. This is not a lot. And quickly heal all of it. One again. Good. Tank survives. Absolutely the shit out of Shiva. Yay! Let's give the commendation to the only one remaining, which is obviously the only one, which obviously I didn't recognize until now, the one and only Baron. Thank you. No, she's back. Oh, poor girl.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool.
I know. Well, that was 2, and I've only done 2 this stream.
You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence.
That is untrue. The ends do not justify the means.
Mine is the righteous cause.
That might be so, but you're still wrong.
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us.
I do agree with that.
We who walk before may lead those who walk after.
Agreed.
Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
Oh. She speaks of Heidelin. This?
Feel. Think.
Is a very interesting development. I like this. Ooh, Askians again.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased.
Cover your ears if you don't want to hear, like, profanity, but La Brea can kiss his fucking ass.
How unfortunate.
By the 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Because chances were I might not be? Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. But Shiva is different! Yay! Are you sure you're not injured? That trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I was only asking. The road less traveled. If you ask me, there's naught to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the rising stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you had best pay a visit to White Brim Front and speak with Alfino. He's probably worried sick about it. That, or he's busy playing at politics with the Asgardian. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you heal and help. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. You are wondering whether I have a concussion? Because those are the specific symptoms you were asking for that someone with a concussion might have. See you again soon. Into a snowstorm we go. I can hardly see a mom in front of me. Not that I have any clue what a mom is, but hey, I've heard it say here, so I can repeat it here. Alfino, let's have that chat. There she is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning, but not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration, and one for which we have Lane to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillmont, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House Fortan caravan? Lest the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ah, On an unrelated note, Elaine, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop eyesight. It took half a dozen nights to restrain him, I am told. Oh, poor Orchevon. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. Less? I think more of him. He's such a nice guy. Let's give Lord Orchevon a proper hug. Down there. I'm back. What were you thinking, Elaine? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Eyesight's lair? Knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway? And then engaging the abomination in mortal combat? By the Fury, Elaine, 'tis the stuff of balance, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet, here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emmerich wished to have words with you and Master Alphino in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. Greetings, madam. I shall show you in at once.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks.
It's voiced! That means it's important.
Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
Yeah.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's toll were taken by your enemies.
Smart guy.
Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Well, he is right.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is?
Skill?
Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light.
He is exceptionally well voiced. Really fits his character, I believe.
Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second in command will speak for me.
Yeah.
Lucia, at your service.
Ooh. Love that voice.
Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies.
I love that voice.
Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
You did. Eyes unclouded. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Galilean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, but their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by deed. Imagine then, if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but as civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garden. But I speak unadvisedly. Come in. It is better that we continue this conversation in Mordor. Yeah? I mean, we are speaking in front of a god. Sometimes I wonder how these people even got to where they are. Yes. Enter the Rising Stones. By the way, can you tell me how far I am from reaching Heaven's Word? Because I kind of need to take a break again, but if it's really close, then I'd rather do that in one sitting, if you don't mind. Also, hi Tataru! Stop juggling. Okay. Still quite a few quests to go. Okay. Well, in that case, I am going to take that break. Do please let me know what you mean by quite a few, as in, is that like a few dozen or just like a dozen or so? Is there going to be a patch after this? Please don't tell me there's another patch after this. 2 more? Before we go to Heaven's Word? Oh my god. Well, I'm sorry to say then we're not gonna reach Heaven's Word today. However, I will go and take that break, and I will continue after this, if only for a short while. So I will see you in a bit. See you soon. And I am back once more, and this time I did not forget to unmute myself. Yay. I'm thinking of going on for about an hour. And I hope I will be done with the patch in that time. But we'll just have to see.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoix's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogglmog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think.
Hydaelyn.
Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Oh, me too. But I love the implication. More for us to do. The reason royal. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Zoma. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Sure? Ooh. Elaine, 'tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Royale has escaped. It happened shortly after the immortal flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Why on earth would you imprison her in an organization that is rife with her own agents? That is just asking for trouble. She should have been detained in either Gridania or in Limsa until her trial and then moved to Ul'dah. This is just plain stupidity. I'm sorry, it is. Citizens report seeing Royale quitting the city via the Gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castra Meridianum. I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her Imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot upon Royale's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog and join the hunt. Sure. Camp Bluefog. I should have known this. My thanks for coming, Scion. I've spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Royale walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not miss him. We have Relban's decision to keep this matter secret to thank for that. Bad for moralities. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. So here we are. Royale must not be allowed to reach Castra Meridianum. I agree. Okay. She's a bit up ahead, so teleport. Battle time. This wretch was with Royale. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, the god's damned harpy. With me, son. We almost have her. Ooh. Colossus. Battle. I will say this. Like, she's been at like 1 HP for this entire time. Finally! But it was fun. Bind her and do it tight. Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's given right to rule over others. You know naught of our plight, the injustice that we low-born its guardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortune. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Uldar to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Oh, poor soul. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Roban chose his.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do.
Leggy, you motherfucker.
Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
Oh, you asshole. God, I hate that guy. Let us cling together. Captain Gilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of a miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Roban, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Minfilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Royal in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. Yeah. To Mordona. Oh, really sorry. Hi there, Tataru.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Roban, Eileen lent us much-needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to Auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Asian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
Okay.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Asian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Yeah.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Hebrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy.
Okay.
Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Hebrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
True.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auricite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
Let's go noting.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auricite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Oh, poor Urianger.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Vow. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
It probably isn't.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement. But I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the dark beings call the one true God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Ooh.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
Okay.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Meteor Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived.
Same voice actor as Gaius? You mean Gilbreth?
To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed,
I
and the
have
Empire
no
was left to
clue.
rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
To be honest, I don't really pay attention to things like that. I like the voice, and that is pretty much that for me.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone.
They do have the same voice actor. Interesting.
In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Galegi.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
That sucks.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
That it does.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monitorous scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished!
Oh.
Today I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
He pissed. He really pissed.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Oh?
Ever since he proposed the Cardinal Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents.
I agree. All their plates are completely untouched. Why? What's wrong with them?
This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the immortal flames only makes matters worse.
It does?
Even accounting for Uldah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the immortal flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Hold on. I was half dozing off there.
Your Grace,
what did
are
she
you
say?
certain of this?
She wants to abdicate? Was that it? Dissolve the... like, the Sultanate? Why, though? I mean, it would only create a power vacuum for the monitors to surge into. I can check a chat log if I want. Forgot which button it is. Yeah, I know. But why would I check chat when I can check chat? Right?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be.
Well, the royalists, yes. Monetarists, no.
Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
That is not how it works.
Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Wait? Why is this red? I need to have completed the Bowl of Embers Heart, the Naval Heart, and the Howling Eye Heart. Okay. Bowl of Embers. Naval. The Howling Eye? Wait. I don't even see the navel. I may need to go to the bard to unlock it. What bard? I am so confused. That's the ultimate ballad. That's what I do not want. For that I need the Sunken Temple Khan. And the Poor Keep. which I for some reason have not unlocked yet. It's Levy. Ow! Like, I'm fairly sure that the navel isn't in there. Oh, there's the navel. Right, so I will need to go to that place, I guess. And the Howling Eye. Ah, so I just basically have to deal with Ifrit, and then deal with Titan, and then deal with Garuda again? You know, I am going to do that offline. Considering that I was practically dozing off during like one of the more important story elements, I do think that unfortunately this should be a good place to actually call it quits. I wish I could have taken this longer, but well, apparently I was very, very much mistaken about how much I still had to go before the end of base game. So I am going to see if I can raid into someone, and I do believe I have found someone I would love to raid into. Now, Ms. Babs is someone I found recently, and she's playing mostly Power World, but she is an absolute amazing Australian streamer, and yeah, definitely go say hi, and you know, do be on your best behavior, because she's definitely not as intransigent as I am. Let's see if we can figure out a fun raid message. What would a fun raid message be? I have no idea. Guys, just have fun. And I will see you, hopefully at least on Sunday, when I'll be streaming Lord of the Rings Online again. And with any luck, if my social event falls through tomorrow, I will also be back tomorrow to stream some more Expedition 33. So do stay tuned to the Discord, and I will see you soon. Goodbye.